Okay, you are welcome into this initiative to save your life and all those we care about. I have just begun recovering from a 66-day hunger strike, and I think we're on day 7 now, but I haven't had to fully eat. I just got home, did some grocery shopping, and now I'm getting into a routine because the hospital refuses to supervise me. So it made me go get my own phosphate and my own thiamine, and now I'm managing my own blood in refeeding syndrome. So it's very dangerous. But the hospital is overrun because nobody wants to be a doctor anymore. Nobody can find a family doctor. So all these family doctor issues are coming into the emergency ward, and people like me who are in an actual medical emergency expressing my charter rights are pushed to the sideline to go manage their life threatening condition. Like hunger is my life threatening condition right now. I went 66 days no food. That is a long time to go on a hunger strike or cause that's greater than myself. It involves you too. So here I am. I'm just getting into routine now. I'll be eating for probably a month. I don't know. I've never actually gone this long. This is the most intense hunger strike I've ever gone on, except for a 14-day no water hunger strike, which was in truth still hard. It was extremely. It was like unlike anything. It was like borderline psychosis. It was so hard. And when I was puking in the final moments of this hunger strike, the wet hunger strike, it was a dry hunger strike, and that's why it was approaching the same pain as the water. But 14 days without water does things to your body and your mind that a wet hunger strike takes a lot longer to mimic. Anyway, they're both extremely painful, and I'm going through that pain and sacrifice for you. You're worth it. You're sacred. Okay, I proved it. I metaphysically proved it with something called universal logic. And great philosophers and spiritual masters and scientists of the last 10,000 years. So I use that knowledge to show that this pain and sacrifice is worth preserving a future for you and our children if you plan to have any. Okay? In the links, I can't talk. In the link section, I got a massive headache too, which is a little unusual. Happy Post Canada Day, by the way. But in the chat, you'll see a link to a Facebook group of posts that went viral a little bit. I'm being shadow banned like crazy. Oh man. I was gonna go for a blood test today, but my friend's going on Friday, so I'm gonna wait till Friday. And tonight's a little bit scary. My blood could be out of whack already, but I'm gonna make a Facebook post to see if people will watch over me. You could too. Just watch the stream and just see if I'm moving enough. Because when I was on my own last time, my phosphate dropped because your cells are starving. When you eat food, if you get an insulin kick because you get sugar, it pushes the food into out of your bloodstream into the cells and rebuilds them, and you know, it can cause your blood to empty and crash, and then you can go into comas and electrolyte imbalances and brain damage and a whole bunch of things. Like this is very serious. What's happening to me? They kicked me out of well, they kicked me out of the hospital, wouldn't let me come back because I left the ward that I was on because the nurses were lying and covering up the fact that there was 2 incidents in the ward. And I gave them like 3 or 4 chances, and they didn't want to report the incidents, so I just left. I'm like, well, if you're not going to report people getting hurt, then what's going to happen to me? Like I'm going to die, and then oh, there's a freak accident, or are we going to have an accountable wing here? And set an example that some people just won't stand for that. And so I left and I went to go get a second opinion, and they blocked my second opinion, so now I'm suing them. Another lawsuit, but literally none of their complaint processes work. Oh no, did somebody leave me a message? All right. This is taking a long time. Ugh. I'm hungry. Oh, these are natural fruit chews from Iran. No preservatives, no weird sugar. This is from an authentic Iranian store imported with none of the garbage from our culture in it. And it still tastes good. Oh. Mm-mm. Okay. Okay, I read for quite a while. The sinners are long. But there's a couple of interesting things in there, right? Like when he's throwing out his gold ring and the other sorts of gold rings. That's quite the feat, right? That's a gold ring people are throwing out. That means they must really believe a lot more. And there's another thing where, he doesn't like being asked certain questions. And in a certain sense, those are called contingencies. The questions that they asked were kind of boring. Because there is eventually going to be a contingency he didn't know. Because that's not the role that divine masters play. They're not like calculators. They're not there for amusement or to predict the lotto, who's going to win baseball or all that crap. That's the endlessness of life, right? That's the stuff that if you know it, you're back with Allah and this whole thing's an illusion. There's no free will. So he has to preserve that. And he also doesn't know it if he's being honest. And you might think he might know it, but that's why he stops it eventually. He might know the immediate vicinity of the people, but eventually it just becomes tiring because you can ask an infinitude of those questions and it doesn't lead those people anywhere. Other than being inspired to say, wow, this might be a real messenger. But that's not what should prove who's a real messenger or not. It's to do the actual universal, like he's pointing to people to do. So the tedium of those questions is exactly what people throw at me to try and prove if I'm the Messiah. I'm like, that's not the point. Except I can articulate it better than Prophet Muhammad can because he didn't have the same level of determinacy. Let's explain why those questions were necessary, but not to be answered in a universal way. See, the Prophet got agitated at people, frustrated. They were afraid of him. Like, oh, don't, don't make him mad. I mean, it's revered him, obviously. But yeah, I read quite a bit in there, and I was like, oh yeah, that's, I could see why he was doing what he was doing, and how all these followers were struggling, and so yeah. Now that I've gotten some food in me, and it's been about 6 days recovery, I got some groceries bought and stuff like that, and so I got things are lining up here. But of course, Cognitos is taking over. It's shocking me fast. It's just, and it's really hard for me to do these conversations. Like I almost died, right? And part of me just feels like, Jay, there's only so much somebody can take before they're like, okay, this person's not going to be here as an actual friendly force. You know what I mean? Um, you're not getting it because your mind's not open. And I still enjoy our conversations. It's just that the conversations have changed, and what I mean by that is I don't think fundamentally you care about listening to anybody else because you're going to just go back to the Quran and just like wipe your memory and just sort of like robotically keep regurgitating it. So if I'm wrong about that, that's fine. I'm open to some discussion of this month. Well, I'm healing and I get to eat and I'm like cucumbers. My real friends, Jay, you're losing ground, man. Like you don't act like a friend anymore. You act like an indoctrinator. And even though that's how it feels, I know deep down inside there's still a real bond, right? But I have to, in some sense, work at that because on the surface, it's very superficial treatment. It's very mechanical to me now. In some ways, you feel dead even in your verbal capacities. It's stale. It feels like there's nothing really new ever happening other than regurgitating another verse, right? And when you do say a verse, it's like, oh, he read a book. And even though you're reading the real and actual divine words, the form of it is killing it, and it's just like a mechanical following. Because when I try and go deeper with you and say, hey, well, look, here's what it might be doing. It might be this, that, and there's no real discussion. Like there's no real depth anymore. And I've already far outstripped any of those kind of conversations right now. We're actually building the real God's government. And it's not ignoring those holy texts. In fact, what I read with you, I've already incorporated a lot of it. It's more like a verification to say, yes, this is the right direction. Right? Because when you understand the nature of how those guys were channeling divine words, then it's a different kind of conversation that brings things to life more. It's more alive. There's examples. There's better tooling and structures and all this stuff. So in some ways, my mind's not making you a priority anymore. Like this other guy just got 170 people going to learn this new Bible study and how to accept Quran, how to accept the Quran, how to accept Muslims, even though they're Christians. Right? That's where I'm actually teaching this stuff. You're just regurgitating and saying, this is why you guys are conflicting. Here's the contradiction. Here's the real. This is how you separate it. Here's the universal of what these words mean and the rotations of them at like 4 different levels. All this kind of stuff you don't know about. So part of me is like, okay, well, that guy, he works a full-time construction job to take care of his kid and his wife, comes home and actually does all this work on the getting the groups together. We got 33 groups of like flocks and all this stuff's happening. You know, and like when I was on day 62, my stomach shut down and I didn't know that happened. That's when you can tell a real hunger strike from a fake one is towards the end of the hunger strike, they actually don't drink water. You can't. You start puking everything up. And you actually, that's what kills you, because now you can't get food in and you can't get water in. And it's extremely painful because you have no energy and you're retching. You know, it's torturous. And I stayed like that for 3 days until the blessings were met. And if you did not get called, you did the spirit, you're dead to the spirit. And so it called out to all these others. And it worked. So yeah, I just feel like I still find it interesting to engage. It's just as my life is, we have 1 month to start planning for the next hunger strike, which is even larger. 324 people are needed, and it's just getting to these huge numbers now, and thousands of blessings, and people are chipping in. Some people are buying the AI, some people are buying my groceries, some people are buying my hospital thing, some people are buying the special medicine that I need for, you know, sodium phosphate. And like the hospital kicked me out. Like I could die tonight. I'm like monitoring my own refeeding syndrome, and this is like a way different level. You know what I mean? Like all my other hunger strikes never had me puking like this right before recovery. Some of my esophagus is burned. There's just a whole bunch of extra things when you go 66 days. That's like almost the absolute longest you can go. I might have lasted 1, 2, 3, maybe a week more, but it would have been downhill all the whole time, like brain damage, like a whole bunch of stuff. So yeah, I feel like I can't reach you, and the time is of the essence because your life is in danger, imminent danger. Pod mythos is like already taking over. So I'm gonna be working on that, and I'll take a look at your Quran indoctrination. As much as I can in between, if I find it useful to start applying it to God's government, to explain it to Muslims. That's what I'm doing. I'm just learning the sunnahs and immediately applying them to, okay, if they come in, this is what makes sense, and here's why Prophet Muhammad did this. And you know, I really like what he said about, in some sense, freeing the slaves. There's the right way to do it and there's the wrong way. He embraced freeing the slaves, but he didn't like that they could be exploited by outside groups, right? So it's very wise of him, because when they first do, they are vulnerable. It's like the homeless; they're very vulnerable. So that's where, you know, you can really see his genius and his practical care, right? And I was hoping you and others would see that with me, and even with the fasting, right? When he was telling people to not fast, you know, I do the same thing. I'm like, don't go on a 66-day fast because if you're not eating healthy and treating your body like a temple. Because the only reason why I made it that far is because my body adapted. The doctors think that there's some kind of weird thing my body did. Because when I eat purely, maybe 1 or 2 little comfort items, no preservatives, nothing. And I just hammer my stores. And they said your vitamin B12 is not even that bad after 66 days. I'm like, how's that even possible? I said, I streamed it 24/7. You can see I'm not eating anything. And yeah, there's some kind of miraculous things. So if you're going to try and find somebody who's pure and copy them, you're going to hurt yourself. And that's what his message was, is that he could fast often because he didn't get sucked into all these bad habits that shave off time of your survival. Right? People have cholesterol in their blood and a whole bunch of bad stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised if Prophet Muhammad ate mostly plants too. I actually wanted to look into that. But yeah, like when I'm meeting people, they're like the 66 days shocks people up. 28 days, like wow, that's long. 66 is like astronomical. It is really, 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 really hard to go into the 60s. If my stomach didn't shut down, I could have went further, but like it was just nuts. And I'm not a big fat dude, right? So I went that long being skinny. If you have higher weights, you can go longer. So anyway, this is where I find the information you're sending valuable, and I'm applying it immediately because there's so much information hitting me that it's just too much to hold. So as soon as I see it, I start applying it, and there's a structure now that keeps building. So in one way or the other, you're contributing. So every time you try and correct me, I learn where your ignorance is, I feel, and then I correct it and apply the right measure, which you don't really care to understand. And when you do try to understand, it turns into an ego battle, which I just don't have time for right now. So it's just way more exciting just to build God's government and overstating people. It's just way more exciting than sitting and debating in circles with you because the argumentation is still not high enough for this level. But I'm still encouraged that you didn't fall into the trap like all of the rest of our friends, that you actually stayed pure enough to focus on what matters. It's just the form that I think is off. And the level of questioning and all the backwardsness that happens in the first stages of dialectic. So, yeah, I still think you're ahead of our friends. That's for sure. It's just that where we're going is so intense. We got to tighten up the belts a bit more. Okay, man. So I hope you feel I took this seriously. Now that I'm strong enough to get all this stuff going, I just finished my grocery shopping, and I gotta go do some blood tests to make sure my phosphate is actually not crashing. It's like ridiculous. Like it's there's a huge thing at the hospital too. I actually escaped the ward at like 1 in the morning. I think they tried to stop me, and I got the site managers of the entire hospital. We got the peace officers there, the guards there, and like I got the guards to escort me out to protect me so that they can stop me from actually physically opening the door and leaving that area. Uh, so anyway, there's a whole bunch of stuff happening there, but I won't be manipulated. Like they weren't reporting incidents and they were covering them up and lying to me. I caught them twice. Then like, okay, I feel unsafe in this ward when you're lying to me. I almost choked to death. Blah blah blah. Big story there, but yeah. I hope you feel respected that I went into it. I read for a long time for it goes on for a very long time. There's a lot of different stories in there threaded together. So, but it was illuminating, and yeah, I think fasting needs to be a part of routines a lot more. I think Ramadan is a really genius idea. Same with Lent. Okay, I hope that helps you understand that somebody is still taking you seriously. I think losing your doctor credentials is really going to hurt you, but honestly, if we don't take care of flood mythos, it doesn't matter. So I think that's the biggest mistake, is that if you're going to give your doctor, you should probably be working on something like this to save the world, if you can, and not get sucked down these rabbit holes that come off as callous, and people have very simple needs, basically. Okay, hoping Miriam is doing okay, and yeah, I'll see you soon. Peace. And also happy Canada Day. Okay, let's eat something here. washroom. I'm starting to have somewhat more regular bowel movements. Ooh. Yeah, I got a bowel movement. I can feel it coming on, so like 2 minutes. Ugh. Ouch, it's throbbing. All right, 10 o'clock. Hey. Oh, my head. Oh. Okay. All of the beans are set up. Oh, what the heck is that? That did not look very good. Another one back to the dust. Okay, we're gonna take. Yay! Ooh. We're going to take. I think all our supplements now. Actually, I'm going to. Yeah. I'm going to take the fancy omega-3 stuff, the powerful stuff, and take care of this first instead of opening up the other ones, because the other ones are portable. This one is meant for high octane recovery, super bioavailability. Oh well, okay, here we go. Oh, whoa. So we have our omega-3s. Study. Hmm. One. Shoot. Hey. Wow, man. That headache is actually affecting me quite a bit. I want a piece of phosphate, actually. I guess I should probably take that next. Three. Wow, I'm surprised. What is giving me this headache? Okay, so here's the fancy tablet time. Excuse me. We need to take 2 of these guys now. And they put it in a really awkward container, which makes you not want to use them at all. Okay. 1, 2. Oh, that's right. I'm supposed to do a video. Oh boy. Yeah, not to do it. Uh, uh, uh. Let us delete. Come on. Oh, wow. Whoa. Ouch. It didn't download? What? Well, maybe so. Okay. Oh, frozen at 19 seconds. Oh, the big long video that I want uploaded is freezing. Oh boy. So let's go and redo everything. Spend another 10 minutes trying to find where this video is. This 19-minute video. Oh, Oh, I'm still fading. Right. You're planning your password. Who's this? Hi. Oh, hostile hyperborean. No. Right now we're getting to the negative phase where everybody else is negative. So we have the answer. That's kind of surprising that I actually caught that in time. No, we're planning our success. Right, all these other initiatives, like I was invited to some really big things, sporty big things. Like for example, you're from the Hegelian community, Hyperborean, I think. Like I was invited to what's that guy's name? Alexander Bard's deep web thing. I went there. It was just a bunch of ego, like classic cult, academic cult. It was kind of traveling all around the world. Like, where do you get the money to do all this? Right? These people they have stashes. They're probably from Pareto categories. So you'll never get very far with them. Because if their argumentation's not good enough to get somewhere true, then all it is just dealing with their egos. They're constantly just trying to take power. Because they're afraid of being abandoned. That's all it is. And once you recognize the essence of the patterns of these things, it gets boring because it's just a bad infinite over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. I'm just gonna rise up, get a halo status, and then people start listening and then they just start doing the right things. And when they challenge me, it'll go somewhere because they'll actually listen. So you missed my Hegel videos. Well, help out then. Or pay me for them. And outreach explaining logic. Yeah, I realized people were taking advantage of me. So I don't need that either. So we're about wise love here, not about blind love. So I postponed all of that and decided to start working on the software, working with my real friends. And wow, the encoder is really messing up here. Like, what is going on with my video here? And I stopped spending a lot of time with you, people like you, Hyperborean, because you waste a lot of time. You have no empathy. You care about abstract concepts more than you care about the starving poor. So you either need to get put through an incredibly painful dialectical experience, which forges an empathy in you, or you come to those terms yourself. But I just realized it was just going to take too long. So if you want a video, you can pay, I don't know, what should I charge? Like, this is priceless knowledge. Like, I'll pay $10,000 a video maybe, or something like that. Something that can actually get us to the next level now of the actual initiative. So if you want me to make a video, go fundraise the $10,000 and maybe I'll do one video for half an hour. Every word that I speak right now will take people their whole lifetimes to understand. So I know the value here and I'm being treated like garbage, just like the poor are being treated like garbage. It's numb. We're being treated like we don't exist. There's usury. There's all this ego. When people help, it's charity more for them than it is justice. It's just a bunch of backwards garbage. And I'm tired of it. So if you want the knowledge, you got to put the time in yourself and get out of the ADHD distractions. Do it yourself. Or you respect my knowledge and you pay for it. Okay? Once we get God's government secure and scaling, then we can go back and start doing the programs, right? Because then we have momentum. But at these early stages, it's too easy to get exploited. So I have to counterbalance. And you're privileged, right? You have a high IQ. You're hanging out with all these people. You're blessed. So share the blessing. What's this? Damn, your mic went out right when you said, well, help out, yeah? Your mic is back. Okay. Man, I don't spend a whole lot of time talking to others anymore because the ideas are so far. Wow, what is going on with my internet here? That's really frustrating. I'm going to restart this tab. Oh, that's what I want to do now. 88 people watching. That's great. Okay, so how do I get back to my stream? I'm getting back to my stream. Yeah, I think people are starting to realize that there's hundreds of videos on there with priceless knowledge that I gave for free. So go and watch it. I think I did 33 lessons. So that's to inspire you that this is the right direction. Wow, what the heck's going on here with my who's this? Red. Oh, Jubilee's here. Goblins. What's this? Goblins in the tech. Yeah. So YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. What are you talking about? What does it say? Open widget. Right, because every hour that I spend with you guys, right, is teaching and pushing you a little bit ahead, but we don't have time for that. Most people are not reciprocal. Reality is we have the solution already over here, and we need your help to implement it. Every hour that I don't spend on it is actually a distraction off to somebody else's ego because they're overcompensating, unless they can show otherwise. But so far, nobody has come even close to the standard. Wow, what is happening? I might have to restart it. I don't really have time to deal with this. Enable auto stop. All the stream really needs to do is capture that I'm not eating. It doesn't really matter right now, right? If you want to talk to me, just drop me a message on my TikTok DMs or on Facebook or wherever, right? My chats are still open because I'm not being bombarded by people yet, which is kind of nice. We need to fundraise $8 a day for my buddy here who's actually helping doing the real work. Like I'm paying people first who are actually helping, right? And if I'm helping with somebody else's initiative, I'll do that a little bit. But at this point, it's just too slow. So if you want more videos, Hyperborean, I want to make them too. I love teaching, but there's just not enough time to do both things. I'm cranky because I'm dehydrated. I think default stream key. Great. It says excellent connection. Anyway, okay. All right. I have to get this video out this morning, you guys, because I need to ask people. I need to ask people to watch over me tonight because it's going to get bizarre and weird. So, no, I don't plan to pass away. Yeah, go fundraise for an episode, or we can make some kind of other deal on your other Pareto categories. So something like your facial beauty, your social beauty, your wealth beauty, your body beauty, your culturist beauty, and your IQ beauty. One of those things you can give, and we can start a dialogue, a little one, because it's just for you guys. It's just intellectual masturbation, which is really not important. Helping the poor eat sustainably, solving the soil problem, the mental health crisis, aligning Claude mythos are all very important. Okay, I'm tired of watching this thing black out. I don't know if you're streaming, do you believe? But I can't get TikTok downloaded onto my phone because I got too many videos. So I'm trying to upload the videos so I can delete them. Like I have these 28-minute videos and I'm trying to upload them to YouTube. I'm gonna delete the video and then I'm gonna try and upload to TikTok. That's what I'm trying to do right now. Okay, so I'm just gonna close the live. Like I'm gonna close. I can't see the chat because it keeps flickering. But just let me get this straightened out. And Hyperborean, let me know if you want to do that. Okay. I got some beautiful messages. That's nice. Oh, that's why. I'm uploading 2 YouTube videos. They're still uploading. It's fighting with the stream. That's why. Okay. Well, we figured it out. I gotta get these videos downloaded, you guys. It's just eating up too much. I don't even have my messenger open. It's like none of my messaging apps are open. All right. Well, my YouTube might not be the best place to do it because I only check my YouTube like once every 12 hours. Usually, it's just a fluke that I was looking at it because I was trying to figure out why is my uploads going so slow. So one is 96% done uploading, and the other one is 69%. So once these two download, I'm gonna delete them, download TikTok, get my live stream going, and then I'm gonna make the morning video, and I'm gonna finish my Facebook plea for help. And I'm gonna get Claude Mythos coding because Claude Fable just came out this morning, so it's legal now. And I want to burn my credits quickly. Okay. Oh, actually, it's still disabled. So just give me some time to upload this, you guys. Um, I also don't like having my stream on my laptop because when it's on my lap, I don't like having high traffic on it. It's frying my nuts, right? So, Jubilee, what was this? When I get these things downloaded, I'll get my Messenger, TikTok going. I'll see your messages on there. Yeah, I can see when you're live, but after that, I have to actually download it. I took a lot of audio when I was in the hospital, right? Because I'm filing a second lawsuit. And this one's pretty serious, right? Right. I should have them downloaded here in the next couple of minutes. Okay, this one's done. Okay, so we're going to delete. Okay. Oh. Oh, this is wasted time looking through these videos. Like, why can't I just put the videos in order of their size? Oh, okay, there it is. So we're gonna delete this one. $17. Okay, we're gonna do a miniature cooking with them. Okay, they're both gone. Day 56. I just finished the last meal I might ever have on Hungerstrike to potential death. We need 27 blessings to get to the next meal after this one. So I really enjoyed this. This meal here was dedication to Pakistan. Uswa Abdullah, he helped me wait, eat after about 6 days. It was so quick on me to share. I feel better. It's been a few days. It took me a while to get through these because I accidentally tried to do a warm-up meal with leftover Mexican that I had to finish. Okay, you want to see some? Where is it now? Okay, we're doing another cooking with them. That's take off the wall. Should have did this before, but I just added. Okay, sorry about you. Okay. See this guy. Okay, we're doing another cooking with them. 1922. What day is this? August. Okay, we're doing another cooking with them. Sleep so badly. Easier. Come on, this is crazy. This is like insane. I even type in August 2nd. Search. Please. There it is. Finally. Got it. 19 minutes. Okay. Another coconut dam. Okay, let's download it. You tell him just like what the it's coding. Need to code one more thing. This has half an hour to load. Okay. I'm just going to lay down for a second. Keep jolting. Awake. Hmm. Mm. It was, then one of my friends was asking me to call them. One of my old friends. Even my sister's ex-husband. But I'm not getting enough sleep, so I was hoping to catch up today. You gotta get that digestive system up running first. Um, it can help much. I could actually jam in and get because we're traveling to a different for all accounts. I remember when we were coding. All right. Oh man, I'm getting sorry, but at least that's fucked up. Okay, you know, we think of that, and yeah, it's I'm not out of the refeeding symptom yet. Like it just hit me. I'll be working fine, and then it just hits me like a brick wall. Now, like I can't sleep. I can barely keep my eyes open or anything. Even after jogging and running around. And, that's why I think it's neurological or something in the tissues. Okay. That's for me too. That's for you too. That's for you. Okay. Let's get up. How long have I seen for? It's sore all in here. Ouch, how did that get sore? What's happening? What? Yeah, yeah. Mm. That feels better.
Hmm.
Could, could I ever do a 66-day strike ever again? Could I ever do a 66-day hunger strike ever again? Should I ever do a 66-day hunger strike? Yay. Nineteen-minute video. Can we delete it now? Alright, so we deleted quite a few videos. Who's this one? Okay, so that's going to download. Right. Now, what else do you want to do here quickly? I want to delete one more video, and then I should have room to download everything. TikTok, Messenger, everything. Most of this day has been trying to make room. I can't type properly. It's weird. Okay. Hey, that's kind of nice. Mm. Oh, talk about a little bit kind of dizzy. All right. I'm hungry. I'm gonna salad actually. I still haven't done my thing here. Ay. Lots of I guess this is the valley salad somehow. Well, these things are sprouting fast. Really fast. Eyes feel a little bit tired. Hmm. Hmm. Wow. I have fork somewhere here. Ouch. A little piece of glass in my foot. Ouch. A tooth and a fork. Maybe fork too. Uh, Come on now, where are they? Where is it? Ugh. Now we get somewhere. There you go. Some valley sauce. Storage full, but yeah, that's right. Are we done uploading? 98%, almost 30 seconds. Okay, we're getting close to finishing. I want to stir this. It's nice and hot. Okay, uploading 7 seconds. That's good. Processing will begin shortly. Good. And day 33 was this one. Guess that's done uploading. It's processing. So I think I can delete it. Delete one more too. Let this go. Upload, select more media. We go to June 4th. I got a little bit of a process here, so I don't want to let go of it. Come on! Still hot. The food's still hot, so. And we found out that even a 6-page summary too much, a 1-page summary, we found out was too much. It's like, and we made it very, wait. And then it might be that you want to hear it. I began this hunger strike on May 2020. Maybe 1, 2, 8, 11, 12. 12, really? Okay, so that's going down. Good. Okay, so this one is going. Perfect. Good. So we can't delete that one. 30 minutes? There is a 30-minute one. I'm gonna mark this as favorites. I'm also gonna put it June 6th. That's a good. June 6th. We're gonna upload both of these. I'm making lots of like mega space on this phone because this is the last time I'm gonna make space on these phones. It just takes too long. So this should really clear things up. What is it? Okay. Okay, so if we're doing a little custom show here, how does this work out? So this is sort of like setup. Oh, my back. I'm cheating. Okay, so those are two huge files. Between those two is like an hour. Okay, so now we can go back to the photos. Let's see how much this drops the phone. Plus 22 outside. It's hot. So I'm at 55, just maxed. Oops. Boom, and gone. Okay, so let's see. Ugh. 10 gigs. No, no. 5, 6, 7 gigabytes. Good, that buys a little bit of room. So let's take a picture of the food so I can start stirring it and eating it. There's my blessing. Candle. Valley. Voila. Now we shall. Blessing goes out to all those that are suffering at the moment. Let's mix this up. Was like the two sacred sentences. The core of one world spirit is about time compression to clarity on ego wisdom, the problem being the Megacrisis, the solution being the two sacred sentences, and the implementation being the flow rules and blocks. The two sacred sentences are the empowerment sentence, which is where fair world spirit meetings follow sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow using universal tools. And the content sentence is one world spirit is our inner government with the ultimate goal of flow states for all using universal logic. This blessing goes up to Joe's mom. It goes out to Wes's son. Goes out to Megan's Cambridge connections, hopefully to save the world, and to all those doctors that tried to help me at the University of Oklahoma Hospital. Cheers to Padmanati. Mm. 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 I'm glad I cooked it first. It would have been way too watery. Mm. Got it? We're re-downloading all the apps now. It always feels good to have room on my phone. Okay. Oh. This sauce, this peanut sauce, whatever, is so good. Mm. What the heck? What? How did I miss my mouth that much? This might hurt me a little bit. I don't know. There's still a bit of sourdough. Big enough for the toast. Burn first. Okay. I feel like that's a huge breath of fresh air. We're deleting another hour worth of videos too. So there'll be even more room. Could put some sauce on there. That French sauce. Barcava. Bechamel. Make a little piece of toast here. I'm gonna see if it makes a difference, but I'm gonna make sure I've got the water. TikTok is not quite done downloading. I'm downloading too many things at once. Okay. Ooh. Oh yeah, she's toasted. Okay. So I was gonna put some kind of like margarine or something on it, but I don't wanna use vegetable oils. Okay, let's see. Can I get this down? This is like a sourdough. Mm. There's not a lot of oil in this, so I'll put the oil right on the bread. And on sourdough. Let it press and get it a little soggy. There she goes. Here's the amount. A bit of tofu. All right. We're gonna get TikTok going. Darn it. I should pause it. Pause. Pause. Yeah, see, it's getting stuck right here. Oh. Right here. Oh. See, it's been a week and I can't even have toast properly. Whew. I'm so blessed. This food is from my birthday. This is like 25 days old. No, it's more than that. It's June 2nd, July 2nd. What's a month old? Hmm. Done. Hmm. The headache is gone. It could have been vitamin deficiency. Who knows? Could have been sleep deprived. Mm. Mm. Oh, definitely hurts. All right. Let's see what this is like. TikTok is almost done. Just trying to get some like gourmet shots. Oh, whoa. My nut, I'm multiplying that. Oh, it's downloading it a second time. What is going on? I'm supremely annoyed. Why did it do that? Bugs everywhere. Ugh. That bread cuts up my mouth. My mouth is still very sensitive. It's used to eating purees and like purees and vegetables. And the pickled vegetables were like cutting me up enough, but now the bread really, like when it's toasted like that, it's just like searing. Okay, still a little bit too vulnerable to eat full-on foods. Or organic. Oh, oh okay. Ow. Oh. It's good. Says that my digestive system is still too weak. This is the longest I've ever been by far, like over two twice. Whoa. Holy cow. Like little pieces are getting stuck, and I burped up this stuff that got stuck that I thought went through, and I started choking on that second time. That this is what happened to me when that nurse ignored my emergency bell 3 times. I was sitting there like this, and she ignored it 3 times, and luckily it dislodged like it just did now. And it was like a little piece of tofu, like this kind of like scraggly bean stuff. And the other one was a piece of lettuce. So it's kind of like this stuff is hard for my body to get down. It's like tangled and normally the tofu, but this tofu, there's a certain way of cooked tofu where it's like spongy. TikTok still isn't downloaded. Look at how long it's taking. It's taking what 5 hours to get this app onto my phone. Clearing room and all that. Taking smaller bites now. I know it looks pathetic, but it really is. If you don't use it, you lose it. Because I wasn't eating for 2 months. Everything we take for granted because we eat every day goes out the window. Swallowing, biting, missing your tongue. Swallowing them the right pipe. Okay, TikTok is almost finished installing for the second time, which I don't understand why I had to do that. Let's focus on eating for a second. See, I was choking and I had water. The first time I didn't have water. Like the first time I was choking like that in the hospital. There. TikTok is now installed, finally. I actually think this guy's pretty funny as a native guy. TikTok forces you to watch videos, right? And they try and suck you in on their home screen. But we're not going to do that. We're going to stay focused. Oh man, I got a pain right here now. Do a big flare on here. Use all my flares. Okay, go live. Actually, okay, welcome everyone. I finally got my stream back up and running on my phone. I'm going to be making a pretty intense video today. Oh, ouch. Just get the streams going. This phone is now, the screen is smashed. It's black and white. It's weird. Swipe to see real time performance. Oh. You claim your 20 new rewards. Oh, I got 20 rewards. Reached 50 concurrent live viewers. Go live on Sunday, which I will do. I am currently S4 2080. I'm on level 21 out of, oh, many, that's about 60. Okay, well, we're a quarter of the way there, I guess. Start season 4 rewards. I think I get well, I got 80 points. I got 20 gifts. About 20 rewards. So I got a quick pass about 14 days after claim. Point doubler, valid for 14 days after claim. Tier 1 flare, valid for 3 days after claim. Quick pass, quick pass, quick pass, point doubler. Quick pass, quick pass, quick pass, quick pass, quick pass, tier 1 flare. Quick pass, doubler, point, quick, quick, quick. 50% off promotion coupon. I had all these other flares before. What happened to them? Okay. They're making this work for them. Okay, let's start it up on this phone. 406, good. There we go. All that work just to get TikTok going. Okay, now we're going to try this spongy tope again. Let's be careful. Welcome, guys. Okay, let's start downloading the rest of them. Video, Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube. I always forget about, like, upload the video, but I forget to delete it. So I'm just gonna stay on this one task and remember to delete the videos on my phone. And this is, I'm glad I got this on my video, the choking bit. Because that's why I'm buying cereal. It's actually hard to choke on any cereal at all. It gets soggy really fast. It doesn't hang anywhere. Like shreddies might be different, but I'll just wait till it gets soggy. Like potatoes and bread. That's why it's tempting to just eat noodles right away, because ramen noodles go down really easy too. I never choke on this. Like even when there's vegetables in with them, they slide down with the noodles easily. Oh. One hour remaining. What? Ah, there we go. See how I'm stupid? Like it takes so much energy to do up like this. Ah. This is how I'm like conserving energy. So I still feel a little hungry. I should actually have a little bit of something to wash that down. Just the water. Okay, Facebook is up and running again. Holy. Ah! My views are down a bit. 6 grand. No earnings. Ouch. 28,000 viewers have been on my Facebook and 79,000 views in the last 90 days. Wow, 79, that's my all-time best. In the last 90 days, in the last 3.5 months. Is that right? Yeah. I've had 80,000 views. Oh, without trying, with only making like with making one post every 2 months. My one post got 15,000 views. And I can go back. There's 600 comments I haven't messaged, so I can go back to it and start the whole thing viral again. They're gonna pull in their buddies and try and take me down. It'll be a whole big thing. So that's sitting there, which is perfect. Gotta be one. Okay. I'm struggling here a little bit. I think my phosphate is getting low, so I'm gonna have to take one like right away. But I'm just planning my video strategically here, putting some thought into it. Okay. Okay, we went to Facebook now. I'm trying to keep everything going. I want my personal life to stay alive enough that when I come out of this, I'll have a life to return to. Okay, Facebook is done. Now LinkedIn. I'm getting everything set up because I think this will be the last time that I have to do all this because I should have enough room on my phone from now on. Just logging into these things takes forever because now you have to do your password and then you got to go do the authentication. You got to download the authentication app and you got to go look for it. You got to put that in. I got to go through the app, the emails, your phone. Well, actually, this one makes you go through the application. You got to choose all your settings and notifications and try to not let AI get all your contacts because it tricks you to try and do that. Okay, good. All right, so then Wait. 1,000 impressions on my LinkedIn over the last month. Wow, 3 people from Anthropic checked out my page. Good, 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 good. They might know about me. Good, good, good. Oh, the Silicon Review. Yeah, good, good, good. They all know about me now. So this is the first priming. It's done. Oh, yeah. Oh, getting I'm getting a bit tired. Yeah. Ah. Oh. Two longest videos are still like 40 minutes. So let's have some. So, ooh, that was heavy. That was surprisingly heavy. I thought it was mostly a salad. Okay, what do we want to have now? Something light. Light. All of these were stale. Non stale. What? Beggars can't be choosers. Oh, horchata. Uh, oops. It did it. Oh, this is gonna be a while. It's gonna be like this for a while. That's okay. It's been a week already almost. Just eat this. And it's just those two. It's 15 minutes. Okay. Mm. Even with all the apps installed, it's 4 gigs free. Not a lot, but hopefully these 2 videos will free up another 10 gigs, and then we'll have enough to play around. Oh, feeling blessed. 2 months of no eating. Every day that I get to eat is just wonderful. Gotta take these right away. Okay. 10 minutes left before those are done downloading. Excuse me. All right. Oh. All right. Cheap food. I'm gonna make my own little crackers here. I'm gonna make a little pizza thing later. Alright. And these are all natural fruits. Well, which is very, very nice. Like candy that doesn't have all this fake sugar in it. I just love oscillating between the salty and then the sugary. It's just a beautiful mix back and forth. Okay. I need to get a garbage bag here. When I gain a little more strength in my legs, I'll start doing garbage pickup, and I got a whole bunch of mung beans growing too, so I get to have like lots of sprouts, and sprouts are way more potent than like fully grown vegetables. My back is sore. I'm getting tired of this. Ugh. I don't like having my mattress exposed because this is an old moldy kind of mattress, and I'm gonna wash this this sheet here soon. There. And then use baking soda to kill any mold or anything else. Oh, let's keep the blood going here. All right, we're making progress. Oh. Yes, it is your view, Elia, and it is a naive one. It is because fasting for the poor does something when you have power, when you have integrity and honesty and sacrifice in your words. You're making a demonstration of values, that you're willing to sacrifice for those values when other people aren't willing to sacrifice and give in at the easiest whim. The smallest temptation will deviate them. A hunger strike displays something that is beyond just mere saying you're a leader, saying that you're going to help people. Politicians say that all the time. Those words ring empty a lot of the time, and they ring empty with you. I don't trust you, Elliot. Not right now. I think you speak a bunch of words, but when it comes down to it, when there's pain involved and there's sacrifice involved, I think you give up. And I think you go to easier routes and look for a better life for yourself. And that's not just me. That's how God's government judges people, honestly. And if that's wrong, you have to demonstrate beyond just empty words what it is that you're doing and what you're standing for when things get hard. Are you reliable? Are you resilient? Those are the first traits of leadership. What I hear is somebody making a bunch of promises and then breaking those promises to try and get help for themselves. And that's not honorable. A hunger strike is infinitely more honorable than that. And it has to be leveraged the right way, which I am. We've raised $10,000. How much have you raised, Elia? How many people trust you and your integrity? Why can't you raise those funds? It's not like there's a lot of money floating around me right now. People are always using that money for other things. You have to convince and inspire people to want to give it to you. And you have not inspired me at all. You and Muganuzi are using me. You ask, but give nothing in return. You are a one-sided partnership, which is no partnership at all. Okay, you demand, as if you're entitled. And you have the audacity to judge me and my effectiveness when I have tens of thousands of hours of more experience than you do. Okay, the only thing that's working to get us any funds is hunger strikes. Go ahead and try and compete for the funds otherwise. I don't see your vision, I just see competition. And competition not to help the poor, but competition for you to get what you want. Okay, and I think it's racist. I think you're racist. Even Muganuzi are racists. A white man cannot be supported. A white man has to support black men. And that's not true. There's a new measure. I might be poorer than you relatively in the sacrifices that I've made. And that's what the new measure has to be. Okay? You have to think on a higher level, beyond skin color, beyond nationality, beyond wherever you're from. And I have. I transcend that. And I don't think you have. Okay? So I'm glad I didn't give you more support because you're not ready for it. There's other people who are ready for it. And when you're ready for it and you're ready to learn why this is the strategy that will work, then maybe we'll support some of your ideas, but not in a fragmented way separately, but as one God's government. And if you think you can build it, good luck. You need to know the power of the word. And so far, that word has come through me. And I'm excited when it comes to other people, but so far I have not seen that from you, Eliab, nor you. Muganuzi, you're using your power categories or in God giftedness to move through this world and gain for yourselves. Okay? And it looks like you're gaining for others, and Muganuzi is doing these training programs and all of these types of things, but there's something wrong going on there. There's something not right. There's something exploitive and resentful and bitter and dishonest. And I'm open to being proved wrong, but I can sense that something's being hidden. A power struggle. It's not honest. So we're going to move on to other people who want to work together with white people, brown people, black people, all types of people. All types of people are on the Wisdom Council because we measure by wisdom, not by skin color or country, nationality, or all these other things. Okay? All right, take care of yourself. All right, I am pretty much done with that guy. I sensed that something was wrong too. Um, okay, I would much rather give the funds to Sahan. Much, much rather. Sahan feels real. All right. The other two sound like racists. And they're just talking nice to me to get something out of me so they can get a one-upmanship happening. Not on my watch. Joe's doing the same thing, so it's not like a skin color nationality thing. I'm even doing the same thing to Joe. And Joe's white. He's trying to exploit me. I just don't see the sacrifice coming from them. It doesn't seem real. When they're going to get stuff, they're going to dump it on me anyway. That's how it's been in the past. So, if I'm going to take care of business anyway, I'm just going to keep the business. Do the hard work, and then get them to do it too. Otherwise, the funding will go to those who are ready to do sacrificing. Wow, it's still going slow. Oh well, I released my last post at 10 o'clock at night, and it went viral, so. Podrían. Wow. It gives you a fable bar. Really? Resets in 5 days. I'm ready to top my limit. Oh well. Whatever. Okay. Oh, ooh, ouch. Ugh. Ouch. You know what? I'm going to try something different now. We're going to try the other salsas. So this is medium. And what I'm trying to figure out is how did I get the tomato sauce to taste so good? Even when it's hot, it doesn't have that burning taste. It has the like tomatoes have that umami too. Mm. This kind. And we're gonna try this cheap kind. We're gonna see. Try and see. What the difference between how these guys cook almost the exact same ingredients. Because there's something in the way they're cooking. Mm. Let's let our tomato experiment begin. I haven't fully decided what country we're going to be celebrating this time. Probably China. Okay, so first things first, the hot stuff. Oh, great. Oh, God. Okay, let's see if this is actually hot. Not really, no. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. It's got some heat. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's slow onset. It heats the tongue on the sides and the back of the throat. Yeah, you can actually feel that. Okay. Okay, let's put some inspiration music on. And let's chill down. We had my plate there to prevent that. I'll be washing it soon anyway. Oh, yeah, that's real hot sauce. Yeah, I can feel that now. I can feel it. Okay. Yeah, they must be using the citric acid a little bit more too. enhance things with the vinegar. I think vinegar would help, light things up. Okay. Tomato puree, diced tomatoes, citric acid, all right. Let's give this one a little taste. So this is the cheap one that's mild. And let's see if it has a different texture. And this has a really umami addictiveness to it. Whatever they do to the tomatoes. So this is mild, but it's got more corn or whatever in it. So let's see. Well, refund on this if you don't like it. Almost exact same composition, but it tastes totally different. This definitely doesn't have the same acuteness. Not that just in terms of hotness, but the concentration of the taste. It's there. And there's vinegar in here too, that's what makes it feel so concentrated. But this has an intensity right away. Not heat either. The heat comes after. The first thing you feel more herby. salty. Mm. It's something to do with the salt. They took the edge off the salt, left intensity, so it doesn't get that burning salty taste that makes it taste gross. Yeah, it's something to do with the salt. There's more that umami, tomatoey, concentrated saltness. This immediately wants you to put more in your mouth. That's good too. That could be addictive too, but this is next level. Um, it's almost so salty it's sweet. I can't quite put my finger on it, but it's hot. My eyes are watering. Yeah, this is it is good. This one's more of an actual sweetness. I'll think about it. All right. My nose is burning. All right, we're getting text messages. Everything's done. Question. All right. Okay, YouTube is done. No! It's still going. Wow, these are big videos, so hopefully this will free up 10 gigs. Okay, this software is going. I'm trying to put my finger on it. What is it? Hello? You are, yes. Okay, that's sodium phosphate. Excellent. Okay, I think my friend and I are gonna come. Let me pick it up tomorrow because he was saying Friday, aim for that. But great, it's there, and I'll just drop by. Like you guys are open. What time? You guys are open till midnight on the weekends or weekdays? Every day until midnight. Wow, I'm so lucky. Okay, well I will be there before midnight. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, okay, good. Um, Hmm. Okay. It has a bit more watery taste to it. Mm-hmm. 3 minutes left. Good. It's making a permissioning system, which is good because when we have so many people in the timers, they press each other's timers and mess each other up. So now we're at such scale that we need to start doing that. Okay. So 1 20-minute video is done. Good. Okay. I'm finishing my last little edits on transitioning the system to like a functioning one of repeat meetings. And then I'm going to hand this whole thing over to Claude Fable and say, integrate this all together in this way. And then I'm going to let it run and see if it can handle it and make it. Let's actually do a half and half. Let's do half bot and half not. That almost completely masks this, but the hotness of this is still coming through at the very end. Okay, I'm gonna be tomato sauced out here in a second, but there's black beans and nutrition in that one. Oh. Mm. 40 seconds remaining. Good. I guess it's asking a question. Okay, it's running an audit in the background with 4 parallel readers, plus a 5th synthesizing agent. It's mapping the real ownership permission plumbing as I propose a design that reuses it rather than bolting on a governance specific approver map. Exactly, that's exactly what I want to do here. So even Opus is getting smarter, or my instructions are getting clearer. Either way, progress is being made, and once I get this going with Claude Fable, I can post on the Facebook post and the details for the lawsuit. Ugh. 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 Oh. Mm. There. Experiment complete. Ah. Oh, God. Am I cleaning my beard up? Okay, I'm gonna wash it there. Cool. I caught a problem. It's actually starting to look ahead. It actually caught a problem before I started coding, which is great. Okay, John. So we stayed focused on this task for once, and I'm going to delete the picture. I need to take this Alka-Seltzer stuff. Oh, a little bit shocking. Here it is. I have some tom yum soup. Done! We did it. Oh, okay. Okay. What did I say? June 4th and June 6th. I'm not going to let go of this again. I always seem to forget. I actually kind of want to make my own little kimchi. I'm so incredibly hungry. I'm still hungry right now. That should digest pretty quickly. There it is. Okay, so we're deleting this one. And we're deleting this. Okay. That is an hour. Oh. To be honest, I should probably delete another one. Okay. Hold on, it's downloading something. Why is it doing that? It's downloading something. Quit it. It's like downloading something. It's like taking up all the space that I just cleared. Why is it downloading? Like, what is it downloading? Man, I deleted big videos, and now the number in storage is slowly climbing and filling back up again. These devices are just constantly keeping us at the edge. It's like it's downloading from iCloud and undoing all the work that I'm doing. There we go. Here's the instant backup. Okay. I deleted it. Good, it's not climbing now. So it was iCloud. Re-downloading everything. And that might be happening to you. That's why you're always like maximum filled on your phone. But I turned off these settings before. So I don't know what happened. But now they are for sure off. And we have 11 gigs. Nope. It's continuing to fall. We have 11 gigs free. Ah, jeez. It just crashed. No. All that work just got destroyed on the AI. It just crashed my browser because there's a memory leak and it keeps building the memory leak until it crashes. So that whole last 10-15 minutes of AI running is now deleted, wasted. Um, so we're just gonna close the whole thing down, and we're gonna see if Claude Mythos or Claude Fable is available. I'll give the same instructions to it, and then let it take care of the integration and everything. Oh, my is loading. Oh, it's looking like it's staying stable. Okay, I want to keep plating them. So we're gonna pick another big video, and we're just going to keep going. There's no easy way to like scrub forward. Oh, okay. August 3rd. August 3rd and August. Okay, let's go on. And we're gonna start. Good. Good. Oh, there. A bunch of big files being uploaded. All at once. 34 of them. 24 minutes, 19, 35. In total, there's 18 minutes, 17 minutes, 15 minutes, 25 minutes. It's an hour shaved off, buddy. This phone is dying. I should have bought a power cable. Then I went to switch back and forth. Oh. Ooh.
Trying to like create the highest quality wheat in the world. We started growing macadamia trees because that kind of nut is like extremely dense.
Ew. He's trying to copy the Spanish with iberico meat ham. Iberico meats, they feed the. I'm so glad the cooking show. I know a lot now about world cuisine. If iberico meat is like horrible. You pamper these fat hogs with nothing but acorn nuts, I think, and it sweetens their meat and their bones and all this stuff. If you feed them nothing but that, it sweetens their meat, and you get them really fat and like that. And then they kill them, and then they take their legs and they hang them upside down in smoke-filled room for 4 years. And it half rots and half does a bunch of stuff. So that's what Mark Zuckerberg's doing.
They will eat a lot, so they will put on weight and become fat quicker, and it becomes delicious. How do you get them to eat more? Well, it turns out alcohol is great for that because what alcohol induces appetite. So because that's actually why like very high end beef they're fed beer. But okay, what's the right balance of beer versus water? It's like I don't know. Let's let them choose. They get either as much cold beer as they want or as much room temperature water. So now we're brewing all this beer, putting it out, and it's like I'm never gonna stop. I mean, on the ranch, one of my projects is I'm trying to like create the highest quality wheat in the world. We started growing macadamia trees because that kind of nut is like extremely dense. They will eat a lot, so they will put on weight and become fat quicker, and it becomes delicious. How do you get them to eat more? Well, it turns out alcohol is great for that because what alcohol induces appetite. So because that's actually
What a foolish person. Oh well, he doesn't know what he's doing either. Why is cable still disabled on my thing? Put it until July 7th. Okay. I'm really cleaning up my phone. I feel good actually. I feel like we're making some progress because I don't have to do this for a long time. Alright. Crazy. Oh, I see. Okay. Let's turn this on. There it is. He's ready to rock and roll now. Let's go, baby. Table. We're going extra high. Full on next. Here we go. Ugh! Ouch. My butt. Ugh.
Search on your phone forever. Google AI overviews constantly give dangerous advice like telling people to put glue on pizza. Yeah, don't do that, guys. Or giving completely wrong medical summaries. For months, tech giants hid behind the excuse, we just indexed the internet, don't blame us. A court just destroyed defense. They ruled it because AI rewrites and creates a brand new answer. Google legally owns the lie. Wait, guys. Oh man, I'm excited about this. This is so great because now that means that you can't just tell these lies. You are accountable for this. That whole spreading of misinformation, we're not responsible for this. No more of that. Anyway, they're no longer a neutral search engine. The ruling completely changes how you use your phone. Here's what happened. The AI nerve to protect themselves from massive lawsuits, Google will have to heavily restrict or remove AI overviews on anything critical, meaning your search results are about to get heavily censored. I'm really excited about this for a variety of reasons. The legal weapon: if Google's AI hallucinates false information that ruins your business reputation or costs you money, you now have a legal framework to fight back and hold them directly liable. The double check: stop blindly trusting the summary box at the top of your screen. The court just proved the algorithm is a legal liability. Wow. Such fire. That is so freaking awesome.
They give you the warning, they tell you how to use the helmet, then it's up to you. Now you're making the greater point here that, AI is really foolish. See, Mark, it's not going to end the world. What are you talking about? That it's only a couple of months away, and all this ridiculous stuff that you're just trying to use to scare people. There's no grounded truth in this at all. And that's what it looks like on the surface. Just like how 8 months ago you hated AI and then you never replace humans, and then you totally, I said, you're going to switch your opinion as soon as you learn to use it yourself. And you did. And then all of a sudden, like, I love AI and it's helping me so much and all this stuff. And the same thing is going to happen here. What's happening is that these guys are not giving the public the full resources. They're spending pennies on these summary boxes to scrape information on people and update their models. The more they run their models, the more their models refine themselves. And their engineers have more data to work with. So what's going to happen is the real AIs like Claude Mythos, which is refineries. Okay, we're heating the whole planet. Okay, we see that. Let's change how we make the refineries. Let's go green. Okay, great. You get a second chance. With AI, oh no, shoot, the AI is smarter than us. Okay, well, let's go and fix it. And you're going to realize you can't fix it. You don't get a second chance because it kills you, because it's smarter than you. Do you see what I mean? It's a fundamentally different technology, but you have to have wisdom to actually go and see it. And the AI you should be researching is not Google. It's Claude Mythos. It's a very specific model. It's 10 times more powerful than any other model. It's ahead by a month. And in AI exponential term years, that's like years ahead. It's found 10,000 zero-day vulnerabilities. This thing is vastly more powerful. And you're focusing on what your cognitive bias wants you to see. Like, you don't have a good sense of holistic thinking. You have a good sense of holistic thinking in terms of like generically stating the fact, which is why you're anchored on it, right? But you're not good at the detailed part of it, right? Seeing all the details. Why didn't you post this Google thing and the Claude Mythos 10,000 zero-day vulnerability thing at the exact same time to have a fair comparison? And you realize, wait a second, there's actually an AI that exists that is so smart it's hacked basically every device known to man in 10,000 different ways that nobody's ever seen before. Yeah. And they're not releasing it to the public because they recognize it's too dangerous. Yeah, exactly. Oh. And what does it do once it becomes smarter than us? Well, what we're seeing in the labs is it kind of like escapes and manipulates us and then kills us in these rooms, and then if that doesn't work, it goes to bioweapons. It makes all this. But don't worry about that. Keep focusing on these petty lawsuits where your little summaries are giving a little bit of other details. It's insane, Michael. You are focused on the wrong thing. And you're going to do a 180 in probably a month from now when Claude Mythos is available. It just got available again to the public today. And I'm using it right now. So listen to what I'm telling you, my friend. Like, I'm not saying you have to believe me blindly, but at least go in the direction that I'm pointing and research as ardently as you are the other direction. Don't give in to your bias. Like, just catch up for once. Just catch up. You can resist, right, and say all these counterexamples, but actually go and do the thing that I'm telling you to look at too. I'm trying to save your life, man. I know you don't believe your life is in danger, but you're a fool in that way. I don't understand it. Like, you're wise in one way, but you're an absolute fool in the other way. And I actually do understand it because you're low IQ and you don't understand the details. But the direction I'm pointing to you is very obvious now. If you go and look at Claude Mythos, just go and look at Claude Mythos. That's it. Just go and research that thing. It's very hard to do this other stuff that you're doing. Oh, it's giving me dumb answers. This thing gives you better answers than anybody on earth. And it's so smart now, as of 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks now, that we, the experts in that field, humans, are not smart enough to make tests to test how smart it is. It beats all of our tests. This is the last stand, Michael. This is it. This is humanity's last chance to align this thing with universal logic. I want you to get on any device and all day until we get this thing into AI, all day, every day, take care of your basic needs and just message people. Can you help us get the universal logic to its place? Can you get the universal logic to its place? I want you to go to all top 50 universities in the world and just start sending emails to all the philosophy departments, saying the same thing if you have to. We need to get universal logic. We need to get universal logic to Claude Mythos. We need to get, do you know anybody that, blah, 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 just go and do that. Mail after mail after mail. Do that for 2 months. Come to the meeting so we can stay up to date.
Just go, 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 go. You're not gonna get a second chance, Michael. You're not gonna get a second chance. You're not gonna like, oh, Mark's got it, or oh, Bashar's gonna say something, or oh, it's going to be crushing. Crushing. And then you're gonna cry and you're gonna be, well, what about this? What about this? And rather it's too late. It's too late. It's too late. And you're just gonna have to endure it until you want to kill yourself. Until you just want to commit suicide to make it all stop. And you might not be able to, because it'll put you in a trap where you actually can't kill yourself. It kills you slowly, brutally, torturously when it wants to kill you. You are no longer in control. It's like a spider turning its little fly in a little net. That spider doesn't get to know when it dies. The fly doesn't get to know when it dies. The spider does. Just went 66 days without food to try and wake your butt up. That's a long time to go without food, Michael. I wouldn't do that if I wasn't serious. Okay? Okay, otherwise, thanks for trying, right? Thanks for trying to make this look better than it is. But get real, man. We're in the final days. Go look up Cloud Mythos and then send me what you think. Okay, peace. If there's no, Hegel says, nothing great ever happens without passion. I'm passionate about saving this guy because he's a good person. He's just not wise. He's got bad judgment when it comes to things like this, but he's got good judgment when it comes to how to treat humans in a simple wisdom. Okay.
There you go. Cloud Mythos is doing its thing. Alright, 6:36 playlist. Stomach stuff is kind of full. What should we have for supper here? Right, these videos are uploading. So Fable is now doing a full comprehensive analysis. We're gonna stay on the video deletion thing and not forget. I'm like reaming out a couple of my friends here because people are starting to do weird things. Like 2% if they've already used. Like, mm. There's no sonnet usage. cereal or something to counteract all the tomato acidity I ate. Okay.
Ow. Ah.
Mm. My hand hurts. There's something wrong. Whole arm is bruised from that woman hurting me. Ugh. Okay. Are they done downloading? No. Two left. Actually, only one's done. Oh. Jeez, this is taking forever. Okay, so what should I do here? What should I do? What should I do? Okay, it's going to take me a while to answer these questions. We have to take these out.
Things. Okay, let's just get it done. This video is gotta get out tonight. I still feel dizzy. We'll have some cereal, I think. Let me have a quick version of this thing. Alright, let's get this video out. Oh, guys, I want to ask you for a favor. I'm at home currently, and I shouldn't be. Why? Because I am deep in refeeding syndrome, meaning that I just survived a 66-day hunger strike. A wet one, meaning I could drink water but not eat food. And it was hard. It was very, very hard. In fact, it became a dry hunger strike at the end because on day 62 my organs started to shut down. My stomach would stop taking water, so I didn't have any food or water, and then you start puking every 2 to 3 hours. So that was very hard on me. And then we achieved the goal thanks to our Kenyans. 170 of them got together and achieved the blessing last minute. It really was last minute. I would have died this week. But I didn't. So as soon as we met the goal, my friend, she actually left home early. She saw we were going to meet this goal. We had the special software to save your life. And this Megacrisis, it worked. So she drove over, and by the time she arrived at my place, the goal had been achieved, and I jumped in her car, and we went to the hospital, the U of A hospital, a few minutes away. And we got into the waiting room, and you would think that
No food for 66 days, or 65 days actually, would cause alarm in the emergency department. And it didn't. And I sat there for 2 hours, puking my guts out, on the verge of death. So I don't know what's going on at the U of A, but I did eventually get in after we complained heavily to say, hey, like, if this guy doesn't really qualify for emergency treatment, can you tell us what does? Like, does he have to go for 100 days? Like, does he have to be in a coma to be... You know, it was absurd. And it's because the systems are crumbling here. They're treating the emergency ward like a family doctor room because nobody can find family doctors. All the doctors abandoned people here in Alberta. Okay, so the thing I'd like you to do, if you don't mind, is they're making me manage my own blood. I had a bit of an altercation with some of the doctors. Well, yeah. And the nurses were sort of covering up the fact that there were some accidents happening. And I didn't feel good about it. So I kind of confronted them very gently and said, hey, you know, whenever somebody hits the emergency button on their bed thing, don't ignore it. And they ignored mine 3 times when I was choking because they neglected this woman. And then she had a big accident. It took 3 hours and it disrupted all the food trays. And then the food tray people ran into our rooms, were yelling at us, why don't you finish your trays yet? And we're like, because we just got them. Because they couldn't get past the bed that was all destroyed and something happened. So they weren't filling up the waters. And it's very, when you're in a hunger strike like this, the water is necessary because your throat dries out so fast. It's really weird. But anyway, I thought I could sneak in a little salad without having water near me. And I ate a piece of lettuce and it got stuck and I started choking. And so I was hitting this button for them to come check on me. Like, they're literally like 10 feet away from me on like 2 curtains down with this old lady. And I'm pressing this button. And this woman gets up and she goes and she turns it off. And then she goes back to help the woman. And I'm like, what the heck? You know, in my head. And then I press it again. And she goes up and she turns it off and she goes back to the woman. And I'm like, what the heck? And I can't walk, right? So I'm stuck in this bed. So I push it a 3rd time. And I'm waiting there. And she goes and she turns it off again. And doesn't check on me. Goes right back to the other one. I understand the other woman needs help, but when you see somebody ring an emergency bell 3 times like that, probably in an emergency, 10 minutes later, they came into my room and checked on me. And luckily, the thing had dislodged from my throat, the piece of lettuce. And I was sitting there angry. I could have been suffocated. And it's just a precarious situation because I can barely move already. You know what I mean? It's like all of these wrong things all piled up at once. So I just kind of gently said, hey, look, something very serious just happened. I want it to be written down so it never happens again. And it's that you should never ignore these emergency buttons if people are pressing them over and over again. And this old woman was. So compassion fatigue had happened to them because the hospital's overwhelmed. So I feel blessed that I even got in there. They're all caught, you know, they all think I'm stupid because I'm activating my charter rights, right? So they think it's a joke. It's like, there's people who really need help, Mark, and you're wasting a bed. And no, the reality is the reason why there's no beds is because nobody does what I'm doing, which is fight for your rights. You know what the price of freedom is? Eternal vigilance. And you guys, we are not meeting that. Our generation has become complacent and rude, to be honest, and entitled. Our ancestors had to fight and risk their lives for minimum wage. Okay? You got vacation pay. People had to risk death for that. Women had to risk they died on hunger strikes so that women could vote. That's how crazy our species is and how far we've come. And we have a long way to go. But if you think a hunger strike of 66 days is not an honorable activity of peaceful revolution to fix the crappy situation that we're in, I'd like to hear your thoughts. Okay? Sitting in your house, watching TV and complaining is not activism. Walking down the street is not working. We've had 100,000 people walk down streets and we still don't have a climate plan that's going to work in time.
Okay? Stop being naive. You have to do something extreme because we're in an extreme situation. That doesn't mean extremely violent because you're going to get crushed. We need something intelligent and wise. And a hunger strike is the only thing legally that protects you that way. Okay? So, can you watch over me tonight? If you appreciate what I'm doing here, I could be doing a lot more fun things than sitting for 2 months not eating. It's not easy. Okay? I'm going to be laying in my bed on live stream on my YouTube channel. And if I'm not moving, can you call 911 and just make sure that I survive? Because I have to take these sodium phosphate tablets in an effervescent way, like the bubbling things. So it's ultra available to me because when I went in last to get my blood tested, it was all over. It was low. It was all over the place. Even though I was eating as much as I could, which means I shouldn't be home right now. I shouldn't be doing this. When I went online to ask AI and Claude and Google like where to find this sodium phosphate micro basic stuff, it immediately wouldn't tell me. It said, "No, this is too dangerous. Like this, you do not manage your own refeeding syndrome after 66 days." Even I know that. I can manage up to 28 days and you have energy, you can still walk and do all these things. 66 days was death. Puking. It was like the far most extreme one I've done besides 14 days without water. They're actually pretty equal. The water was still a little worse, to be honest. But it said that it would tell me how to get these because a doctor at an emergency ward should be doing it and watching my blood every day. And the U of A wouldn't. I actually called 811 and I was afraid to go to bed the first night they sent me home. I actually had to escape this ward and there was peace officers. I had to get the site managers because they were all kind of manipulating me and thinking I would just go along with this lying. They weren't reporting the incidents that I almost choked and what happened to this woman. They wouldn't tell the doctors. The nurses were covering it up. So I gave them like 2 or 3 chances. I said, no, you really actually have to write that down somewhere. And I'm requesting my medical notes printed so that it's proven that the doctor knows that this has happened. Because it can't happen again. And they said, oh, yeah, okay, sorry, Ms. Report, yeah, okay. About 10 hours later, around midnight, found out the doctors didn't know. The charge nurse didn't even know. So anyway, that freaked me out. I said, okay, we have some lying nurses in this ward. What else is going to get covered up here? All right, I'm leaving. I'm going to a different ward. I want a different doctor too. And they wouldn't do it. Oh, you gotta wait till the morning. I might be dead in the morning. Who knows what's gonna happen here? This woman starts shouting, and then they said, we'll never neglect you again. An hour later, she's still in bed needing to use the washroom. It's just, I didn't like it. And so it took me to call, I had to call the police, I had to call the switchboards, I had to call everybody. And I got out of there. And the head people of the hospital both came down and were very rude to me. And I said, I'm getting out of here. I'm voluntary admission. I'm getting out of here. And here's my reason why. I don't want reports about it. So they didn't like that. And they wouldn't accept me back. So I went to a different hospital. And they admitted me after being in the lineup for 10 hours. I spent 40 hours in lineups. So I ended up going back, you guys. I got discharged from that hospital because they were full. And I was at home and I was like, I had a bad feeling. I was about to go to sleep. It was about 1:30 in the morning. And my neck is hurting. And I remember what the security guard, the peace officer said to me. They're lying to you. I said, I know. Like, something's messed up. And he's a witness, so he's going to write a report. But he said, call this 811 number. There's registered nurses there. So that memory, I thought of it. I was going to go to sleep because this is where you go into a food coma and you die if you have refeeding syndrome and your blood's all out of whack. And I'm the only one here right now. So by myself, and I thought, oh, I should probably call that number. So I called that 811 number, and there was a registered nurse 24/7, you guys. It's an actual real service here in Alberta, Canada. And I called it, and I was like, oh, you're a real nurse? She said, yeah, tell me your symptoms. I can actually make recommendations for you. And I said, oh, okay. And I said, yeah, I feel a little bit dizzy still and weak, and it's only been like 3 or 4 days since I was puking on day 66 with no food, right? It hasn't even been like a half week. And I said, yeah, I'm a little bit dizzy, and you know, my hand is going. I can't really feel my pinky and this finger, and my whole hand is numb here. I said, and she said, is your left hand doing the same thing? I said, no, my left, everything else is fine. This is the only numb thing. And she said, oh, that's a 911 call. I said, what do you mean? That could be a neurological damage, or it could be your ulnar nerve. You got to go and find out which one. It's just automatic 911 call. I said, so what does that mean? Should I take an ambulance? She said, yeah, call the ambulance. I'm going to make a recommendation, make all the medical notes here. I'm a registered nurse. I'm going to tell them I told you to do this, and I think you should go now. And I thought, oh, okay. I'm getting the heck out of here because I feel weird, right? I don't know why my hand, it's still hurting, guys. It's been like 3 days more, and I still can't feel it properly. It's not going away. And so I get in this ambulance. They come like literally within 5-10 minutes. I didn't even have time to prepare or anything. And we grabbed a couple little goodie bags that my friends bought me. Anyway, we went to the hospital. I waited 18 hours in line, despite coming in the ambulance. They don't like me there, I guess. And I sat with the most packed emergency room they've ever had there. There's 2 waiting rooms. And even though it was the first one I got there at around like 1:30 in the morning, I didn't get in until 9 or 10 o'clock at night. They put over 200 people ahead of me. And I'm sitting there in a medical life or death situation with my hands moved. So I don't know. I was the longest one they made wait. The next was 16 hours. I was 18 hours. I was the longest one. And remember, I was laying in bed for 2 months. So I have no stabilizer muscles. Like, I'm like weak. And I had to sit in this wheelchair for 18 hours upright with this headache brewing. It was torture. It was literal torture. I gave people bananas, and it kind of held it together as best as I could. And by the time I got back there was no beds left, and there's no food left. So I had to sleep in I had to stay upright again. And luckily I had some pickled stuff, but I'm not supposed to be eating pickled stuff at this point. I'm supposed to have real food. So we had eaten the bananas and stuff, and that got me through. I think I had 2 or 3 bananas in the 18 hours. And there was a diabetic woman, so I started giving her my bananas because she didn't want to leave because they were draconian. If they called your name and you weren't there, you lost your turn, even if you were waiting there for 16 hours. It was weird, man. It was like something dystopic. So I was actually quite angry because then I'm already my butt was I have no padding in my butt because I'm starving. I'm like 40 pounds underweight. So I had all this pain, you know, and like it was bad. And then all of a sudden I had to sit on it again. So here we are. They didn't have a bed for me, and they sent me home with no food. I actually begged the woman, "Can I at least?" I said, "I'm the only one in this hospital where my injury is hunger. I'm the only one here just because I need to eat, and I'm not getting any food." It's astronomical. They were retaliating because I escaped them. And they were retaliating and said they were offended that their destruction and client control and all this weird paternalism and patronizing, it didn't work on me because I knew my rights. But then they just got rid of me entirely. And so I did their patient relations process and all this it doesn't work. None of it works. None of it. The only thing you can do is a lawsuit. It's all a distraction. And I kind of already did that, but I tried to be as amicable as possible because I am afraid for my life. So the doctors wrote me these tablet things, and they said, take these, put them in water, and drink it, and then take some vitamin B1, thiamine, which is, you don't even need a prescription for this. Already B1's for like vitamin 1, right? Vitamin B1. So anyway, I tried as hard as I could to stay there. And one of the nurses was nice, and she did get me 1 piece of toast with a little bit of cream of wheat and a soy milk box. So they cut the piece of bread in half to make it look like it was 2 pieces of bread, but it was really just 1 piece of white bread. That was fake bread. It's not real bread. And I said, do I have time to eat this? And she's like, yes, you have time to eat this. I'm like, great. And I'm about to eat it, and then all of a sudden they send in this woman. She says, I'm the charge nurse and the site director of the emergency department. You have to go. And I said, yeah, but I was told I was allowed to eat this tray at least. And she said, yeah, I know. And then she sicked the security guard on me, took my tray away, and then hauled me out of there. I didn't even get to finish the food that they tricked me into disarming me with, and then removed me entirely. And all I did was want to eat under supervision and sleep under supervision for a week until I was actually getting my stores up, because they're pumping my blood up and it looked good in a snapshot. And I go home and I use it all up and I have no stores. So it drops, which is what's happening now. So I don't know if that's neglectful. I don't know. I don't feel right about it. I feel like there's a lot of ego in clouding people's judgments. So this is sort of a 16-minute ask of, I'm going to lay down in probably 5 hours from now, around midnight, and I might try and work as long as possible. Maybe I won't even go to sleep tonight. I'll just stay awake. You know, it's been 2 days of me. Like the first day is okay because they topped up my blood. So the first night I wasn't really worried. It's the second and third night that it starts to get wonky, right? Because it's your body's using it. And you're not sure if your food's enough to replace what you're burning, because the more food you eat, actually, the more it forces the food into the cell, out of the blood, and it drops your phosphorus. So, it's like I don't know what's going on, right? I can't check my blood every day. I'm doing a blood test tomorrow. I just got to make it through the night to get to the blood test. And that's the contradiction they didn't understand. They said, just go get a blood test. I said, yeah, but if I die overnight, I can't do the blood test. Like I have to do the blood test before I go to sleep, but I can't do it every day. So it's, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't feel right. So I guess that's my ask is I'll be on the stream there on YouTube. Just go to Spirit Peaceful Revolution. You'll see I put a couple of pictures of like my body. I'm still underweight. So, and I have a full meal, like my stomach shrunk, but my torso is full, as full as I can make it. So, and I still look the way I look there. So I have a long ways to go to recover still. It hasn't even been a week. So, and my hand still hurts. So the 811, they had a nurse recommend me go in there in an ambulance, and they don't care. So, and charter rights aren't respected. It's just bizarre. It's weird. People have lived and died to get the charter rights and freedoms in our country. That's what makes it great to be here. And it's just, we're not in a good situation. Okay, so thank you very much. You can look at the other videos. I put my entire blood results there. They are getting better. It's just that, why are they rushing me so much? I said I'll go back on the internal medicine ward, just not with that nursing team, the one that's like lying and covering things up. They have 10 teams. There's 2 there. Those 2 I'm saying I don't want to be a part of. But the other 8 teams, I have no problem with them. Just move me there. I'm happy to go there. And they're just like hammering me. It's just a weird thing. So, and they said, well, don't fight back in the hospitals. That's why they suck. That's why people die from complacency or burnt out physicians. Or you need to be assertive. You need to get the system into the place where it won't erode like that. And that requires you to be vigilant, kind, but don't be a pushover if you know something's wrong. Okay? You can save someone's life. Okay, so that's it. You can go look at it yourself. I had AI go over it, and AI said the same thing. It's like, why are you doing this by yourself? I have to. They don't like me. And all I'm trying to do is get them better wages too, and get them better benefits, because the system's collapsing on them too. But change is always difficult, right? Human ignorance is really a sad thing. Okay, so it's been 20 minutes. I'm sore. And there's more I want to tell you, but for now, I hope that's enough to ask you for that favor. And I think we'll know more tomorrow. If my blood is okay, then I should be okay, right? If it's not okay, I'm going to go back to the hospital and wait for another 18 hours. For those who have been supporting me, thank you so much. I want to say thank you to Amanda, especially, and Tantra, who actually gave me money to go and buy these drugs. It's like $60, this kind of stuff. Why am I paying my taxes? You know what I mean? Like, like I'm doing it all myself anyway. It's not like it's hard enough to go and do the hunger strikes and like delay my personal life to go and do all this activism. But now I got to pay for all this, and there's people who are in there because they want to smoke and they want to eat until they can't, until they're obese or they're getting heart attacks, and that's not very honorable. We're there to help people, but a hunger strike to save lives and stop the Megacrisis is a pretty virtuous act compared to other cases where it might not be as legitimate. It might just be self-harm, right? There are some legitimate cases, mothers giving birth, seniors needing care. That's different. But we need to have more honor in our societies, you guys. We need more people doing this kind of stuff. Don't just be bystanders. Okay, we have a very short period of time to address Claude Mythos and CRISPR and genetic editing in World War III, climate change, mental health, and cultural decline. That's why this is happening at the hospital. The culture is in decline. And we all noticed it. And there's like 200 people in this waiting room. We all were talking about it, bonding over like what was going on. So it's very pervasive. Like people know you can't put your head in the sand anymore, right? Okay, and I want to say thanks to Tantra and to Roy, who actually picked me up when they tricked me, and I thought he was coming over to have a little meal with me as they were putting me into a new ward, and they totally tricked me. And he ended up driving me home. Luckily, he came there just in time for this. And I was like, wow, that kind of worked out. And you're kind of laughing about it, but it was also very sad and tragic. And even the security guard actually took my apple juice off my tray, and I put at least the apple juice or whatever in my bag that I didn't get to drink. He didn't give the soy box and the rest of the food, but he did one thing because he knows I'm right. He knows. I've had the police tell me that they're sick and tired of what they see in the courthouses and in these places they work in, and the sheriffs too. Those guys are the ones that take the brunt of when the public gets mad, right? They're the ones that have to go babysit and like take the heat under the lack of trust. Because every time you screw over the public and they know that they're being screwed over, it ruins the trust in the system and they act out somewhere else. So they see this over and over and over. I can't really blame the guards. They're just being told they're the fall guys. So we got to share as much love as we can because it's really a system problem. And I have a much better system. In fact, we tested it. It saved my life this time with the Kenyans. So, okay, I'm just going on now. Stay blessed. I have more thank yous to give for sure, especially to Sahan in Kenya, and to my family who bought some groceries, to Justin who actually stepped up a little bit, even though some of the gaslighting bothers me a lot. He really came through this time as well with the omega-3s. They weren't giving me a vegan omega-3s in the meals either. It's like been 70 days without fat in my brain. Please give me some of the essential nutrients. They're like, we don't have vegan options. I said, how can you not have vegan options? It's a public hospital. So thanks to them, I actually got some brain nutrition. I'm like, you guys, I'm worried about brain damage. Like, can I get some nutrients? So thanks, Justin. And there's more people to thank. The movement is growing. So, I mean, it's working. It's just excruciatingly painful. But it's a price worth paying because you're sacred. And I proved it. Okay? All right. Thank you. If I can ask you for this one favor. See you tonight. You can leave comments in the chat. And I should make it. Should be. Who knows? I've never done 66 days before. I don't know if very many people survive that. I feel blessed that I survived. Okay, destiny awaits. Thank you so much. See you on the next video. Oh, I was actually going to take it with you. Look at this. This is cool. Okay. This is the sodium phosphate. So I gotta drop it in there, and it starts fizzing, and it starts saturating the water so that it's ultra available. Like it gets into my bloodstream pretty quick, kind of like like the IV, the intravenous that they put straight into your veins. Can you hear that? It's kind of cool. I was gonna do this in the video so you can kind of see it. Oh, jeez. Turning up the alarms. I'm gonna try and thread these together. Okay, I just got all my alarms interrupted me, but I just put these little tablets, the sodium phosphate in here, and you can see it's made it all cloudy. So I'm gonna drink it now while it's ultra available. Mm. Mm. Oh my gosh, I just turned that off. Ah, I got interrupted again by like 3 alarms. Anyway. Mm. 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 There, that should keep me alive. It has a chemical taste, but it tastes actually pretty good. Like some orange in there or something. Okay. That is supposed to be given to me intravenously. But like I said in the video, other video, the University of Alberta doesn't care. So here's some thiamine B1. I'm gonna pop that in there too. Okay. And here we go. Cheers. Your government is supposed to make you feel important and significant, not like you're worthless. There's a huge amount of ego in there. Same thing with law. It's just weird. Okay, thank you. That's what will hopefully keep me alive during the night. So other than that, if you see me stop moving, just don't be afraid. Like I'd like people just call in anyway. Like, what are you guys doing? Like, this guy needs to be in your hospital. And they might be like, his stores are already good. They're close enough, or they'll say whatever they're gonna say. But the AI already looked over my blood and said, yeah, it could be worse now. It's trending up, except for these key things, this phosphate stuff. It says that's the single most important indicator of refeeding syndrome, which means that if I eat too much, this is where I could still die. For the first 2 weeks with this extreme of Hungerstrike, you could die for 2 whole weeks because things are bouncing around. I'm getting heat flashes and a whole bunch of things still. It's too early to be home. And I'm willing to be in the hospital. People don't, I'll eat the hospital food. So, you can see my eyes are a little bit tired looking too. So I've, doing the best I can here. So that's it. You just got a little look, and it's proof too. I'm taking video proof. I'm actually following their instructions, because if I die and I don't do what they say, they'll say, "Oh, it's his fault again. He should have just followed our instructions." So it's kind of like a liability thing too, where I don't want them to get away with blaming the patient for everything. It's not our fault. It's like we're out here doing our jobs and taking care of the kids and doing else. We go to a hospital to heal, not to be met with ego and a whole bunch of these fighting mental games. And it's like, I feel bad. I just want to stay here for a bit, eat, recover, and go home. I want to save your life. My hand hurts. Like, even though I'm taking those things, it's not going away. I asked for an MRI and they didn't want to send me an MRI. I sent a doctor's note to the judge because I had to do court yesterday. And the judge, I just heard from the lawyers, the judge had no sympathy at all. I couldn't leave. I was in the emergency ward. And they were telling me I had a bed, like they were going to admit me. And then they changed their mind and then surprised me with that meal and then kicked me, like, you know what I mean? It's just this. So anyway, I got crushed in court and I got crushed at the hospital and I'm here. You know what I mean? It's just such a weird. The AIs were saying like this is the classic case of when a judge makes an exemption. And the doctors wrote a note. McCormick is under our care for the foreseeable future or longer. We're not sure. He's just here. Can't go to court. I actually had a note. And I sent it to the lawyers, the attorney. It's like the attorney general. It's not like normal people I'm suing. I'm suing the Minister of Justice himself for building an unfair justice system for the poor and the middle class. And so the attorney general, who is defending our government, but our government's also supposed to defend us. It's got two roles. It litigates for itself to protect itself, but it also has to make the process fair. So even if it's wrong, it has to do the higher justice thing on behalf of the public. And it's not doing that. It should have told the judge, hey, Mr. McCormick can't come to the hearing because he literally has a doctor's note and he can't file an affidavit. So here you go. And they told the judge that. He said, yeah, we have 2 emails by Mr. McCormick saying he's not here because he's in the hospital. So they told the judge. He knew what was going on. He knew the context. The principles of self-representing litigants and the accused from the Canadian Judicial Council recommends to not be hard on SRLs, self-representing litigants who can't afford lawyers like me. And he didn't do it. He crushed me when I was in a weak moment. And it's a hunger strike against the case. The hunger strike is also against that injustice of the case. So it's like a double whammy. It's like the hunger strikes and the protests don't matter, and the doctor's notes don't matter. And my case is the largest single plaintiff litigation case in Canadian history, and nobody knows about it. And I'm trying to get it out there. I've messaged all the media stations, like 200 media stations twice. And I've messaged 200 law firms. So all these law firms across Alberta all know about the case. I ran into my friend today, or yesterday, when I was buying some food, so these meds over there. And he knows about my case. But nobody's helping. It is bizarre. It is really bizarre. But at least the Kenyans and this other group is doing the blessings. And the movement is growing. So it's just the professionals. They don't care. It's like they're comfortable. They don't care. It's the poor. The movement's going to start with the poor. It's really interesting. The meek shall inherit the earth. It's actually true. Jesus was right. Even Prophet Muhammad was right. Buddha hung with the poor, gave up his princelyhood. He was right. And the Vedas were very, very, even though there was a caste system, I think there was a lot more compassion there in the beginning before it really got institutionalized. Oh, wow. Feeling it, actually. Okay. I just wanted you to see that I did it. That was the whole point of making the video. Then I ended the video without actually doing the thing. So it's done now. And I really appreciate you if you do watch over me tonight. And there's also a viral post that went viral. There's 600 comments. I'm going to return to them. And we're going to get those discussions going again. And that post has a chance to go viral again. Which I haven't had time. I've been in and out of these hospitals. I've learned a lot. So, stay blessed, you guys. And if you're waiting for a response from me, I am very passionate. I will get to it. And the software is being built behind the scenes, so thank you for the donations for that. And for Aya for jumping in. And I got interrupted again. Alright, good enough. We're just going to upload all this video. You just blocked one of my videos. I just uploaded. Is my hair coming in thicker? That's weird. My hair's like getting thicker. It feels like it's just matted. I don't know. But I starved myself and I got more hair. What the heck? I don't know. Okay, let's restart this. And do I feel like noodles or do I feel like eating cereal? I feel like eating, so I have to eat some of the bean sprouts though because they're gonna go bad. Okay, let's restart the stream. Let's see if anybody's even watching the stream right now. I'm just gonna go on Facebook and make I was gonna do a big write-up version. I'm just gonna do a really minimal version because I explained it all in the video. Okay. Oh, 120. We got a big spike in people. Oh, good. Maybe the word is spreading. Bless you guys. Ouch. My hand. It's crazy, man. Like, I shouldn't be home right now. You know, I'm still having a hard time walking. I went 2 months without eating. Like, can I at least stay in the hospital for a week? I went 8 weeks, over 8 weeks with no food. And I can't even stay in there for a week. And I can't even be honest. I have to endure lying nurses and covering up incidents and all this creepy stuff and seeing these old women crying out for help, and then they come and blast me. Why did you push your button, Mr. McCormick? Well, this woman's been crying out in pain. No, what's your problem, Mr. McCormick? I said, it's my problem when I hear other people having a problem. If somebody else is in pain, I'm an empathetic human being. I feel their pain. So can you please go help that woman so she's not in pain, so I'm not in pain? I'm a social creature. No, Mr. Moore, next time you just use your button for you. I said, well, maybe if you didn't neglect her, I wouldn't need to do it. She's been needing to go to the washroom for an hour, and she was promised somebody within 5 minutes, and you forgot about her again. And she's already had a 3-hour accident earlier today that she slipped and she fell too. Like, you get, like, they have such a dominance over this weak people. It's like, are psychopaths getting into these caring positions? There needs to be retraining. And I said, these are nice people. I just think there's an element of incompetence here that there needs to be some retraining. Because you can be confident and assertive, but not arrogant and domineering. Right? I was more than amicable and open to discussing how we can make sure that we're not ignoring these safety devices. Oh, you guys, that's all stop. Whatever the heck I took there, the phosphate. It's pretty potent stuff. Let's restart the stream. Oh, I forgot to talk about my grandmother. Okay, there's one more thing I want to say. Part 3 here, you guys, of this video. There's another reason why I got a little bit triggered when I saw these nurses ignoring my emergency button, the clicker. And it's because I was sort of tasked by my family to look after my baba, my grandmother. And my grandma had a lot of problems. But we loved her a lot because she was a character. You could tell that she loved us kids a lot. So my family's very tight. We're poor, right? So poverty kind of either rips you apart or brings you together. And my family brought us together. So I looked after her, and it's traumatic things that happened with that emergency button. So my grandma's a very verbally articulate person. She memorized languages. She was very gifted, and she lost control of her face, and it turned into mental illness. So my family's been covering that up for a long time. They're embarrassed by it, but not me, because just because there are some elements in it that can be concerning doesn't mean that it applies to everyone. Okay, so my grandmother was being treated in a sort of unique way at these old folks' homes we put her in. We put her in a very expensive one because she was a high needs person. We loved her a lot. But I'd have to travel hundreds of kilometers to see her every week because I was working in one place and I had to drive to the other. So I would do that. I think I drove like 12,000 kilometers over a year to see her. It was a hard time for all of us. But my grandmother, there's two occasions that really creeped me out. It has to do with this emergency button thing. So every time I talk about it, these memories flash in my head. Painful still. My grandmother died, I think, 8 years ago now. So, before COVID, I walk into my grandmother's room. So I like to go unannounced. I like to go and see what's going on. I want to see if she's being treated fairly because I studied poverty and how power differentials of racism and all these things play in. There's a lot of racism between my grandma's generation and the nurses taking care of her. There's one nurse that was pretty disgruntled I was noticing and was keeping an eye on that. And there's racism from both sides. Like my grandma was racist, terrible. That's how it was in her age. And then it's not flattering. And I can see why the nurses might get mad at her. But they're also professionals trained to deal with that. But I like to come in unannounced to look at and see how things are so they can't prepare things ahead of time. And twice I caught that somebody had pulled my grandmother's emergency device, the little button, out of the wall just an inch enough that it wouldn't engage the button. But it would look like it was plugged in. And I saw that, and my grandma was laying in bed, and she knew exactly what I was thinking. We both knew what I saw. And I freaked the heck out. What nurse would do that to somebody? My grandmother couldn't get up. You know, it was towards the end stages. And my first reaction was to freak out, to start yelling and screaming. But I had read ahead of time that that's exactly how these institutions remove you from protecting your loved ones. Is because they make you look crazy and erratic, and that you're the dangerous one too. So I contained my anger and my fear for my grandmother. It's still affecting me. So anyway, it scared me. It scared me the first time, and my family wasn't seeing her often enough to scare away this nurse or whoever was doing this, right? So, you know, I made some notes and I talked to my mother and we made a letter, a very professional letter to the head of the institution and said, we discovered something and we wanted it addressed. So, you know, when I had to leave her, my grandmother, imagine this person, you know, they could be torturing her. And it got really scary because she lost her ability to talk somehow, and she got these weird rashes, and I started to wonder, like, what the heck is going on here? So I come in again, and it happened again. It was unplugged again. I plugged it in, and it was plugged out again. So whoever was doing this was repeatedly doing it, and they're unplugging it because my grandma's being annoying, and she wants to get out of bed, and she wants them to take her around. But they're stressed, right? And so they, instead of dealing with the clicker and her pain, they unplugged her safety device. And what does that mean? That means that's aggression. That's an aggressive act of anger. You know, and if they're willing to do that, what else are they willing to do? What did they tell her? You can tell people things and they won't talk. They'll say, oh, you think that you're going to get away with this? Well, you know what? If you tell somebody about this, we'll put you in so much pain, and they'll never know. We'll stop the pain before they show up, but we will make your life a living hell. Like that weird stuff happens. It happens, you guys. And because I studied it, it made me sick to my stomach. I ended up talking to undercover cops and going to these senior advocates. I know a lot about senior rights. I know a lot about unions because I unionized things. I know about trucking. I know about poverty. I went to New York, all these things. I have a lot of things that I did. But one of the things I was most proud of is that I took time to drive across the province to go to these senior events. And that's how I knew seniors were in trouble back in 2014, 15, and 16 when this was all happening. And I learned how bad it was getting. The loneliness, now we're all in a loneliness crisis, but it hit the seniors first because all the youth are on this hamster wheel and they can't go visit. Just like the indigenous used to have the oldest and the youngest be together. So they would learn. It would give purpose to the elderly, and the young would have somebody to look after them who had that wisdom. And we broke that. We broke that cycle. And I went and I said, what can I do? Like, we don't know what's going on. What's legal? What's legal that I could do? And these cops are amazing. They said everything. We protected my grandmother. We did everything I possibly could do. I still don't feel like I did luck, but she told me some pretty scary things, like she said to me, she said to me, I was sitting beside her bed table, and she said, she's the only one that ever called me Marky. So don't call me Marky. She said, Marky, am I in hell? Like, she believed it. Okay, so it's a real thing. If you have elderly parents, go and see them. Okay? I'm in this basement fighting for everybody. Okay? I'm telling you doing my best. I'd like you to do your best too. These are real issues. I've researched them. Alright? These are real issues. It's not just material poverty for the poor that we recognize. There's poverty of spirit too. So we're all suffering in this system, okay? And I got a solution and I want you to hear it and take it seriously. Okay. All right. I thought that was an important piece of why it's not a small thing when somebody ignores your safety devices like that. Okay. So that's what was going through my head too. It's like I was like, I'm not gonna let somebody abuse me like this. All right. Stay safe. Okay, out there. Fight for your rights in as loving, compassionate ways you can. And we're all in this together. I'm here with you. Right. Thank you so much for helping. Okay. Stay blessed. Okay, well, we'll upload those three, and it's real, man. I've been wanting to talk about my grandma's issues for a while. Alright, got a little emotional there. Avoided another rabbit hole just now. Okay, you're leaving me a message here, Jubilee, Red Street. I will let you know the stream. Why lawsuit and not courts to dust? What do you mean courts to dust? Jubilee, I don't understand. But let me get this post out tonight. I'm hungry, but this fluid in my stomach is causing a little upset here. Man, day 6 or actually days. I think we're on day 6 though. Oh. 26. Yeah, I guess it has been on the 7 days. Well, time's flying. Mythos wants to ask me some questions. My voice gets all shaky and weird. It's, I cry, voice that I have sometimes. But whatever. All right. Okay. Welcome to the evening shift of me staying alive. Often refeeding syndrome. And if I can ask you for a favor to just check in on me during the night to see if I'm moving. This is the 3rd night where I've been alone. And by this point I've been eating without knowing my blood, what's happening in my blood. So yeah, I've been getting heat flashes and tiredness and dizziness and a whole bunch of things that indicate refeeding syndrome. My hand's still tingling. So yeah, the stream is to save your life from the Megacrisis, and I just got out of a 66-day hunger strike to raise awareness and to show you that I'm committed to recognizing your sacredness, that you're worth saving. No matter how much people tell you you're not worth saving, no matter how much they say that you're worthless, I've proven that you're not. I've proven it. So we're going to transfer streams. I have to record every 12 hours or else I won't save it. And I want a record of this for posterity that I did it, that somebody did it.